Fake voices have come really far. Yeah, we're using Vappy AI. I don't know if I have a link for that right now. Nope, doesn't look like I do. But yeah, Vappy.ai basically. That sounds pretty plausible. Ooh. There we go. Sorry, my audio was coming through. That's annoying. All right, let me get those chats open. Dang it. Sorry, I'm getting my chat set up for Twitter and YouTube at the moment. All right, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, the voices have gotten really good. All right, let me get some synthwave playing. All right, and here we go. So, yeah, what we ended up doing yesterday is, let me show you what we got, actually. That can stay running. We want to get dev working in here. I'm going to pop that open. So, yeah, we're working on a feature flagging tool. And, ooh, that wasn't the one I was looking at. Hold on. Wrong thing. This is the one. Ooh, and best wallpaper ever? Best wallpaper ever. It's a wallpaper of wallpapers. So yeah, let me set the stage and explain what we're doing here. I am working on a static file-based feature flagging tool. If you're not aware of feature flagging, it's a way of turning things off and on, decoupled from your build and deploy process. So for some things, your build and deploy process can take easily a couple hours, you know, to go through like code review and QA and all those things, right? To go up through the environments you have to get, you know, just reviewed and approved and shipped. Sometimes you're at a company that only ships twice a week, or maybe you're doing a mobile app where you could be, you know, pushing something out and it won't actually make it to the store for a week, but then that also doesn't mean that someone's going to download the updates immediately as well. So to turn a feature off and on for people faster than that process, you need to evaluate those things at runtime. And that's what feature flags are for. The static file aspect comes into being that you can use a JSON file for Vexilla that just sits somewhere accessible from your machine, which means it can work inside of an internal, like, enterprise network, right? So not even having to go out to the broader internet. If it's just a static file, that is one of the easiest things to scale at all with web dev and, you know, web services in general. Which then means that the power of evaluating that static file happens on your machine or, you know, on the server using an SDK. The SDKs are written in 10 languages so far: JavaScript, Python, PHP, C#, Rust, Go, Elixir, Swift, Kotlin, and OCaml. So we've got 10 so far. We're going to have, I think, 4 more planned: Lua, Ruby, Zig, and I think there was one more that I'm forgetting. But the basic gist is, because I don't have a server to operate, all we're doing is making you deploy the JSON file somewhere. It frees me up to do dev on just the clients themselves. Now, when you think about a gradual rollout feature flag, where you want to release out to 20% of your users, how do you actually determine if a user is within that 20%? That requires a hashing algorithm. And this is different from a cryptographic hashing algorithm that you might use for passwords and things like that. This is a hashing algorithm where you actually want collisions, right? Because you want to collide within that 20%. So what that means is it's more like a hashing algorithm for a hash map, where collisions are expected and the amount of collisions determine the scope of the hash map, right? We're not doing a hash map with it, but it's very similar, and we want collisions. Well, it turns out that there are something like 50 hashing algorithms that ship with Node.js. However, those same algorithms aren't going to ship with a whole bunch of other languages, right? So instead, we'd have to, like, port them over or find some library that does it and make sure that those are actually consistently outputting the same results. When instead, we can do it with you know, our own custom hashing algorithm that just takes, you know, your user ID, turns it into a string, multiplies it by some magic numbers, and then hashes it to a value between 0 and 100, or technically 0 and 1. Magic. So because we've made a very simple hashing algorithm, it is portable to all these other languages. But we want to make sure that we're being even with how these things get distributed. So if we look at some of the results, let's say with 500 instances of hashing these things, this is using a random generator called NanoID to give us our user IDs. And we pass it through to all of these things, and we actually measure the distribution of them. So here with my custom one, we see the 20% bucket had 111, the 40% bucket had 88, the 60% bucket 104, 80 had 96, and then 101 in like the last 20% there up to 100. It's also incredibly fast. So when you're doing feature flagging, you might actually end up having the feature flagging on your hot path, and you want some speed out of this thing. So part of the magic is that some of these other things require using big int, which is just noticeably slower than a regular, like just 64-bit number. So yes, we get some benefits of not having to do big int because our numbers are smaller because we don't care about collisions, we actually want them. There's also one called Gram, which our friend Graham the dev helped us come up with, and it's very similar to the one that I'm doing, but their magic numbers are different. And then from there we see SSL3, MD5, SHA-256, like, you know, we're seeing that the distributions between a lot of these are pretty good. And there's definitely ways that we can calculate the distributions over many iterations better. We'll probably want to do that, but right now our goal is to graph these things so that I can write a blog post about it for my feature flag tool to establish at least like a bit of like authority, right? Like blog posts by companies are to establish authority and also do some of that sweet SEO. So we're working on graphing these things. Let's see. So let me show you this graph we got. We've only got a few of these in there, and I can make that smaller. We like pared down the results a little bit just so we could like visualize things a bit better and test things out. Let me just change the width we're doing this at. Let's just say 1,000, because we only got 4 of them. And we can see that, yeah, this one right here has way too much variance. So SSL3 MD5, not ideal. Custom and Graham, doing pretty good. So that's pretty awesome, right? What we want to do is compare a bunch of these. And, you know, in the blog post, we might want to do an interactive graph. That would probably be better. We could turn it into an image, and that would be ideal for file size issues. If we wanted to make this interactive, well, we went and looked at building out this thing. And if we scroll up, we can see that the graphing library we chose, Plotly.js, is making our bundle 4 megabytes just for what you saw here on screen. That's too much, right? Even after gzip, it's 1.2 megabytes just for a graph. That's not including our data. If we do a baseline of importing that data without the graphing, we can see that we get down to 146 KB and then 47 after gzip. And that's pretty much like the baseline for React itself anyway. So that's something that we're not going to avoid. You thought it was Linux because of the iTerm I'm using and stuff? Right? Like the Oh My Zish theme? But yeah, so our goal right now is either we refactor what we've got, either we refactor to a better graphing library that's going to be a bit smaller, and that would be Nevo. So we could refactor to Nevo, or we could just render out to images, and then we lose some of this like interactivity, but maybe the interactivity isn't important for a blog post. That's the thing that we need to think about. And you're catching us just now digging into this because we did our news crawl for the first part of the stream, and now we're moving on to actually, like, you know, thinking about how we want to do the blog post and whether it's worth refactoring what we got, or if we just want to stick with what we got and render things out to images. I'm not sure how we do that specifically with Plotly, but I bet it's possible. Download plot as a PNG. Well, there we go. So now if we open it up, yeah, we got it as a PNG, and maybe that's fine. So yeah, I don't think we end up needing to worry about the size of Plotly, and we can actually just be productive with it by just rendering out our graphs and having them, you know, for later or whatever. It does mean that we're gonna want to like label these graphs a bit. But that might be fun. Yeah, I don't know if we end up needing the JavaScripty stuff. Now, here's the big thing. If we look at the size of it, the image we just rendered is 31.5 KB. I'm wondering if there's a way to do this as an SVG. And if we could do it as an SVG, then the file size would be a lot smaller. Because once we end up having, let's say, I don't know, 10 of these graphs, at 10 graphs, you're looking at 300K, and that is larger than the graphing library would be. So if we want to think about the end user and their bandwidth and their ability to download and view the blog post faster, it might make more sense to do the JavaScript approach. As long as we switch to a more performant graphing library, or a more like, you know, bundle optimized graphing library like Nevo. So these are some of the like thoughts and concerns. If we were needing to do dynamic graphing, right, things that might change over time, well then, yeah, we'd obviously use a JavaScript library, you know, for something like if you're doing it in a dashboard for people to visualize usage of their app or something, right? This isn't that. This is just a blog post. So instead, I'm thinking the images might be fine. We also run into some issues where, yeah, what we're seeing are only 3 right now, but instead we have like 50 plus. So let me just grab this and copy and paste it, and then I'll have that for later if I want to do the porting process like we were going to do. And then you'll end up seeing what I kind of meant with having all 50 in there. It's not ideal. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted. So yeah, let's just do parsed 100 data. Sure. Oh, did I? Oh, I killed the server. Hold on. And yeah, it does almost make sense that we might not even need React. We might be able to do this as a Node.js script, and then Plotly's fine if we're just going to be outputting to images anyway. So I might want to look at how Plotly can output to an SVG, and I think that solves our problem. But let's refresh this, and you'll see what I mean by this getting a little cramped. Maybe? Hold on. Did I forget to fix that? Oh, I know what I did. Yeah, hold on. We did this slice to also make things a little easier. And yeah, that gets a little less than ideal. Now, one thing we might be able to do is also just a better graph, where we end up showing like the standard deviation. So there was a box plot graph that we ended up seeing where we might be able to format this kind of like this, where you're going to see, you know, the entire like gap, but then you'll also see a box for kind of like the overlap. So you'll see like the extremes, and the bigger the box related to the like versus the extremes, the better the graphing. So that could be a thing. So I do actually think a box plot might be valuable. And that would end up making this easier to consume as well. Now, do I think we end up needing all of these? No. I probably want to show maybe like the top 10, because the speed at which we run these things does matter. And then from there, let people like download the CSV data if they want. think I like that idea. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to actually pivot away from Plotly unless there's no way to generate an SVG from it. So we see that because it's using D3 under the hood, we might need to end up using JS DOM to do this as like a node script instead of doing it in the browser and like manually. So yeah, React Plotly might not be what we're looking for here. I think it was good for us to visualize, though. So let's do this then. And yeah, real quick, hold on, let me catch up a bit. So I play games. Sorry, how you doing? Who else? I think Chatting said hi as well. Yeah, how's it going, Chatting? And Peter Jansen. Zig was double as fast as Rust NC in Dave Plummer, his prime number finding algorithm. Many people worked on it on GitHub. Dave Plummer works for Microsoft on Windows. He made their task manager and their activation tool. Yeah. I mean, so here's the thing, Peter. I want to point out. It doesn't matter what language is the fastest for this, because we need to make an SDK wherever people would want to use it. Which is why having 10 SDKs is like the baseline of what we got right now. I think 14 first-party SDKs puts us way up there at the top of like the amount of like first-party support that feature flag tools want to support. So yeah, like Zig seems nice, and we'll probably end up making a Zig client because then that allows us to target C and C++ by proxy. But yeah, like, you know, the speed of it is less relevant to us than just supporting people where they are. Yeah, I think Mac OS does allow you to do like multiple pinning, I think. But I don't use that feature much. I use it on my work machine just because when I'm like swapping displays around, things get like caught up. But yeah. And wow, dude, I just saw Colin Hax's post, Colin McDonald, that Zod just hit 30,000 stars on GitHub. That's huge. Hell yeah. Wonder when he's going to turn it into a service, right? Validation as a service. Why use Zod from your own tooling when you can just send it as a request to some API? Validate it in the cloud. I'm kidding, by the way. And I know Colin wouldn't want to do that either. Wait, what? You need a subscription? So that's the reason we're migrating off of Plotly. You need a subscription to do SVGs? Are you kidding me? Hold on. We're going to try this. We need a ref. If it just works, then we're good. Oh, it's not create ref, it's use ref. What up, Pravan? You're just now getting here, but we're about to raise our pitchforks. Formats like EPS, SVG, and PDF are available for a user with a personal or professional subscription to Plotly. I'm not subscribing to output an SVG when this thing's just wrapping D3 anyway. Right? That's like native D3 stuff. Okay, you know what we're going to do? Hold on. So they're doing plotly.newplot. We can just do that. All right, so plotly.newplot. And hold on. That's async. All right, so expected 2 to 4 arguments. So they just pass the name, the data, and the layout. We're going to pull out the data over, or the layout over here. And there's actually nothing dynamic here. We could define layout outside of the render loop, but we don't care about the performance of it right now. All right, so parsed 100 data. This is called Synthwave. And if you want to link to it, just do !song, and my bot should be running right now. Yeah, no worries. All right, so let's double check. We see that it's a Plotly HTML element. So now we want to do something like plotly.toImage newplot format SVG. We want width and height. What's up, WebDev2? How you doing? And we didn't even need to do that on click. Oh, something's totally broken now. All right, so let's just do this. Gen svg.js as a script. Let's just grab the whole file. Because, yeah, if we want to run this as a command line thing anyway, might as well. All right, so the main gist. We might need to use some like Node APIs for that one. And yeah, this is just as like a very simple thing we're doing here. So I just didn't want to deal with setting up TypeScript, but I might end up needing to anyway. All right, so we at least don't have errors here anymore. Let's pull some of these out. We'll leave those commented. We don't need this chunk. Okay, I doubt that'll actually run automatically, but let's just try it. Node gen svg. Cannot find module because, yeah, we got to use a Node API to do that. So then this is going to be import fs from fs. Results 100 is equal to, oh, and it actually, that looks pretty good. Let's just do any one of these. Oh my god. Username and API key. What's up, Spiridon? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Haven't seen you in a while.
Thanks for the support.
Hope you're doing all right. Assume you've been busy.
The Master of Spiraling Flames is a supervillain whose power to conjure and manipulate fire in swirling, deadly tornadoes strikes fear into the heart of cities globally. Originating from the serene yet mysterious Everglades of Florida, they stumbled upon an ancient artifact that granted them not just pyrokinetic abilities, but also the power to twist reality, creating vortexes of fire that consume everything in their path. Their backstory involves a quest for power, driven by a desire to control the elements themselves, turning them from an ambitious archaeologist into a feared supervillain. Spyro Dawnfall's arch-nemesis is the Hurricane Hero, a champion of water and wind, always at the ready to extinguish their fiery rage and thwart their plans for domination.
And yeah, you were on vacation, like during the React Miami, period of time, right? You didn't end up doing the React Miami, right? But you ended up, you were still, like, kind of down there for some vacation thing, right? I feel like I remember you saying that. Yeah, what you been up to? Spiro would go villain if he had powers? Yeah, obviously. I think a lot of us would. So yeah, what you're catching in here is that we are recognizing that nobody should ever use Plotly.js. Oh, you want to just render some graphs? Yeah, you need an API key and a username. And you need a subscription just to output an SVG. They're just wrapping D3, man. They're just wrapping D3. I'm so upset by this. I'm like, dude. Ugh. So yeah, is what it is. We're going to definitely refactor away from Plotly.js because I don't want to support anything like that. It isn't, Lucas. That's how bad their docs are. You want me to pay for something that you can't even get that right on? I don't know. I don't know. It's 4 megabytes of JS without gzip. It's 1.1 megabytes of JS with gzip. So it's not usable on the client. It's no longer usable from the command line because we'd have to pay for it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, some VC or hedge fund, or not hedge fund, private equity or something bought them out. Right? Like, I get it. Sure. Release a cloud platform. I get it. But what does any of this have to do with just rendering a graph? Why are you gating the graph? Yeah, I understand. You probably have so much more. Dash Enterprise and all this junk. Charge for that. Don't charge for rendering an SVG. Right? They have no funnel. Right? I am outside of funnel right now, and there is zero stickiness to what they're doing. I can just use some other graphing library. There's nothing that is established as a moat for rendering basic bar graphs or box plots. That's just so ridiculous to me. That is just so entirely ridiculous. So, that's fun. Learned something new today, at least, that I never am going to use Plotly ever again. Good job, guys. All right, so we've still got this open from Claude. It turns out Claude can render this stuff, or it can, like, help us port things over. Sure, we're going to do that. Plotly requires an API key to render a graph from the command line. It's just a D3 wrapper. They require a subscription to do basic graphing. It's ridiculous. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And on top of that, it's not even good. It's 4 megabytes uncompressed. It's 1.1 with compression. It's tree shaking, non-existent. Like, it's not even a good library. It was just the first one I kind of noticed and we checked out that had box plots. Now that we know what the name is, box plots, yeah, we can just find any other thing to do that, like raw D3 if we need. Yeah, why? No good reason. Like, dude. Like, dude, it's not even a good graphing library. It was just the first one we found that did a thing. Never again. Never again. So, chart.js box plots. Or, nope, not Plotly. Can we do it with Nevo? Looks to me like chart.js might be the move, or just raw D3 at this point. I think raw D3 would probably give us a little more power. Nevo could do it too, it looks like. Yeah, just so ridiculous. That's just the craziest thing I've seen. Oh. But yeah, that's definitely whiskey time. Like, just... So you're saying you don't know why QEMU is not giving you audio? Maybe missing dependencies or something. You went to the Arch wiki. Oh, that's not a good sign. You can try just using Vert Manager. Makes sense. Yeah, at some point, some things are only free if your time is worthless. Whoa, that bass right there. That was good. That was pretty solid. I'll take it. Yep. Yeah, with the bass boost I got going on the mic right now, that probably like rattled someone's floor a bit. So yeah, this is definitely a whiskey moment. Just wow. But all right, I don't want to dwell on it. Let's actually move on and be productive. And oh, hey, here we go. Sorry, everyone. Now we got a dark mode at least. Share the whiskey? I mean, it's a big enough jug. I probably could. It's not going through the screen. I don't know. Might be a bug. Sorry. And yeah, we got to take it easy. I got work to do tonight. I know, right? Not even scratch and sniff screens yet? Come on. It's just electrons. Okay, so I see what's going on with how they want the data grouped. We would want to do group and then subgroup. What is subgroup actually used for in this? And let's zoom in a bit so y'all can read it too. We see alpha A, alpha A, alpha A. Oh, and then there's alpha B. Wait, what is portals? Hold on, let's look at it real quick. Oh, these things. Yeah, no, those are kind of cool. I do worry about the chance for indecent exposure, but you know. No, so it's not an alias for the group, right? Because we see that alpha is still alpha, but then subgroup is B. If we go down and look at beta, we see A, and B. My guess is oh, no, I see. We've got, yeah, never mind. Subgroups are just their own thing. So I don't think we end up needing subgroups because we don't care about that part. Man, Nevo is quite nice though, right? You hover on the group B. So it's just they have 2 groups per, like, major group. I was missing that part. I don't know why my brain was spacing on it. So yeah, if we just do the 1 group, then we're good to go. There you go. Someone got a static shock. So yeah, we only need the 1 group. That'll be easier. When we see roll the dice, what does that mean? Oh, we can randomize the numbers. Oh, that's kind of nifty. Oh, dude, this is cool. I really like the Nevo website. Let's look at some of their guides, because I might still want to, like, do some of these things, like, automated. Looks like boxplot is only SVG? Oh, that's even more interesting. Okay. Yeah, the bar one had API, but I don't think that actually helps us, because I don't think we want to do this as a bar graph. I think the box plot actually helps us visualize the data better. And yeah, realistically, if it requires rendering to a DOM, we can just use JS DOM to automate these things. So I think that's worth it. Yeah, as we look at some of this other stuff, we probably end up wanting to get this all the way down to 0, this up to 100. Oh, but we can't do the quantiles that way. Oh, that's annoying. So maybe we want to go back to what we had. I don't know if we need the quantile. Brain not braining? I mean, like, are you talking about, like, the stuff I'm doing or, like, the stuff that you're working on? Oh, and I guess that determines... Oh, I see what this is doing now. I see. So I think we want to leave it as the quantiles that they had. So when we're thinking of quantiles here, you can think of it as like percentile. So it's the numbers that are outside of these percentages. So we're definitely going to want the minimum and maximum to be 0 and 1, and then it's their deviation from the median as far as the quantiles are being used. So it determines the, like, see how we have the range here? We turn that down, then we start ignoring values outside of that range, which we don't want to do. But then here, this determines, like, the size of the graph here. Right? And it's still not quite like the size of the part in the middle, but it's what numbers get lumped into that group. So if you're looking at the graph here, the minimum is this bottom number. The lower quantile is the bottom of the chunky section. The median is the value in the middle. Right? The upper quantity or quantile is that upper part of the bar. And then finally the maximum is this part. So as we get values that deviate from the median, it determines where they get placed within this, like, box plot. What it's basically trying to do for us is, and maybe I'm doing this part wrong, what I want to do is envision their deviation from the 20% that we're expecting. Well, the median is determined by the values being input. Right? So ideally, for what we're looking for an ideal hashing algorithm is that the median is in the middle of the blocky section, and the blocky section is the majority of the entire range. And ideally, technically, the range is actually smaller. It's related to standard deviation, yes. That's what box plots typically map. Now here's the thing, we could do it horizontally as well. And then maybe that lets people, like, scroll and we can do, like, an expand or whatever. I don't know that part. No, I'm inferring some of this stuff from just the context it's being used in. I don't actually recognize the term quantile. That's a bummer, Mariko. I'm curious why do you end up needing audio from the VM? What does that actually get you? Ah, okay. Yeah, I know nothing about statistics. What I mainly want to do is be able to visualize what we're seeing. And then from there, I want to actually pass it through an analysis to see which function or which hashing algorithms have the least amount of deviation from what we're looking for. And that can just be a simple ranking, and we can talk about how we measure that. So most of this is all just for a blog post, but we also want to make sure that what we're doing is right. So you work with audio yourself, Pipewire, Pulse Audio, tools for controlling it. You need to check compatibility with it, so not having it is weird in QEMU. Sure, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I met someone years ago that did audio drivers, which was interesting. Like they also did like VSTs, but yeah, they also dug into and hacked on like audio drivers, and chatting with them was fascinating but way over my head. But that's what I really like about like going out to meetups, especially ones that aren't necessarily focused on a technology. So the one I went to where I chatted with this person was at Substantial in Seattle. I don't think they're even in that office anymore, but I could be wrong. And it was just like a hack night kind of thing, where you just go and hang out and work on your projects and chat with other programmers and drink some beer and chill. And it was great. I miss those. That was definitely pre-pandemic. Damn, it feels like weather is flip-flopping on me a bit. If this precursor headache gets any worse, I'm going to have to chug whiskey, and I don't want to do that. But if I do chug, I can at least wake up nice and early tomorrow. But yeah. Dude, cluster headaches. This is later in the year than I typically get them. May is way later than it should be. Typically cluster headaches were more of a March and early April thing for me. So it's kind of weird how the weather is shifting a bit. Yeah, not sure, Mariko. Yeah, you're definitely going over my head, too. I'm looking for the IQR. And does IQR evaluate to a single number? Or am I still looking for something different? So here's one big thing, though. I don't actually want the median. I want it based upon 20%, right? Like a static distribution number. which I think probably still works. I just don't need to plug the median into the formula. I just plug in the value I'm looking for instead. But I'm not even looking for the middle half either. I want actually like the entire thing evaluated for deviation. I think Tufels was in here yesterday telling us that there's like a way to evaluate the distribution of hash maps. If they end up popping back in here, it'd probably be worth like chatting with them about it. But right now, we just want to visualize these things all against each other on a graph. And yeah, I might have missed some follows. World Eater, if you're still out there, thank you. And Mohammed, thank you for the follow. I'm guessing it's just Mohammed, but you did 2 E's because the name was taken or something. So yeah, we'll worry about getting to a specific number. Yeah, I'm sure you're really like close there, Space Case. I just saw the typo in the today command. The graphing library we chode is 1.1 megabytes. I mean, that's very chode-like. So, yeah, it actually works. Yeah, exactly. We'll leave it. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think we're going to continue along this approach. I like that idea. So what we need to do is just get this graphing going. And we can do it for all of the values. We're going to get rid of this gen SVG thing for now. We're going to install Nevo boxplot instead. And we're going to figure out how to map our data over to that, which shouldn't be too hard. All right, so pnpm remove, or let's look at what we installed. We could just go remove it from the package JSON too. I think that's easy enough. Exactly. All right. So now let's double check a getting started. It looks like all we need is actually at Nevo boxplot. That's it. Yeah, so I think we're good. Ooh, and how close are we getting? Yeah, if anyone has channel points to spend to make me go through my tabs, that'll be kind of fun. We're at 42%. Nice. Nice. We got 14 days left, which means we're a little over halfway. So yeah, those are rookie numbers. We need to bump those up. And hey, what's up, Twofuls? I was actually just mentioning you. Do you remember the way that like we would be able to get like a single number to rank the distribution, right? Like, do you have a link to an article or whatever describing how to evaluate the hash map hashing algorithms for like even distribution? I think that was you mentioning that yesterday. Apologies if I mixed you up with someone else. Yeah, because I know a couple words in that sentence. But yeah, right now what we're going to do is we're going to get a box plot going. I think a box plot's going to be better than the bar graph anyway. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's Chicago, right? Yeah, so the Chicago something squared test. Obviously, duh. Pearson's Chicago squared test. All right, nailed it. It's actually related to the amount of like gunfights within a square block radius in Chicago. You suppress the memories, as is tradition. All right, so responsive box plot. We're going to need to modify how we're parsing the CSV data. That'll be a separate thing. Yep, Plotly, get out of here. Oh, and Twofuls. I don't know if you realized why we're doing our port. At one point, I was like, well, I could just use Plotly. Fine, whatever. And then I realized that to be able to use Plotly from Node.js, you have to sign up and subscribe and get an API key just to use a D3 wrapper. So not only is it unusable on the client because it's 1.1 megabytes, it's unusable on Node.js because of shenanigans. So yeah, no one should ever use Plotly.js ever again. And that's the tweet. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Yeah, I'm curious. We'll see. Hold on, let me read that message. I think it's just about the upcoming feature flag stream. Yeah, see, I think this is the big problem. StreamYard only lets 10 people on the screen at once. And this feature flag super stream is more than 10 people. How many is it total? Does it say? I don't see. If we count it. $16 total? Yeah. So, yeah. Just guessing, but it seems to me like I am probably going to end up just being backstage most of the time, which is fine. I'm the least relevant tool in the group. Phrasing? Is phrasing still a thing? I think phrasing's still a thing. Alright, hold on. Here's what I'm laughing at. It's public. It's fine. Good job, Sam. That was nice. That was really good. That was a great gif. So yeah, hold on. For a glorified D3 rapper, you saw me write it. What a bitch. Like, yeah, exactly. Pretty solid. Yeah, exactly. It's solid. That is a great response to that. Yeah, if anyone else wants to shout it out, feel free. Oh, I should have tagged Plotly Graphs. Whatever. Whatever. So now they're not going to see it. I'm okay with it. Oh, you're right. I think it messes up replies, though. There we go. Sure. Updated. It messed up the replies, though, didn't it? Yeah, it totally did. I'm sorry, Sab. See, yeah, like it's a broken edit mechanism. Nah, like that was the main reason. Like I knew it actually got rid of the replies. Because technically the reply might not be in context. It's just, it's a poorly thought out feature. But it does make a little bit of sense. You know? Because what if you were going to do something like, hey, make a tweet, bunch of people reply, and then you change the tweet, and then their replies are taken way out of context now? It makes them look bad. I can see, like, I can understand why. It makes a lot of sense. If you're willing to repaste that, but no worries if not. Like, I actually totally get that feature. It's still annoying, though. Like, it should do some kind of prompt. Right? Like, it sends you a notification like, hey, someone edited their, the thing you replied to. Is your reply still relevant? Bam. I mean, a warning would be really good. Yeah, like, that would be like the bare minimum. Yeah, so it does show that it was edited somewhere, right? Last edited? So then if you see the previous version, you do see the replies. So it's actually not bad. You can actually get to the replies. I just think it would be nice for the commenter to make their comment apply to the new one too. So yeah, they do that already, chatting, right? That works. So that's not bad. I get that. And yeah, real quick, Primogen Lover, how you doing? How did you like his Brazil stream today? It's not quite the same quality we've come to expect, right? Just because he's got his like home studio dialed in, and he was at like a co-working space or something. But yeah, no, it was cool. I feel like it was a longer stream than he normally does too. Okay. Oh, you were flying all day? Cool. If you're willing to disclose, where are you flying? Anything fun? Oh shit! Are you like there? You've landed, you're kind of like feeling it out? That's awesome. I stayed at a hotel that was in Koreatown, and I had Korean barbecue for the first time, and that was awesome. It was a bit spendy though. I bet you can find some like cheaper Korean barbecue or something. Wait, he accidentally exploded everyone's ears? Oh, I wasn't there for that, I guess. Yeah, it was my first time having Korean barbecue. It was really awesome to go out there with Jianhua Freaker, which is, I think Jianhua just means phone, so it's like phone freaking. But yeah, like super cool to like meet subs and not even subs, sorry, mods in person, etc. Ah, you're staying with your uncle. You're also gonna go to Philly? Sick. Yeah, that's legit. That's really awesome. Where are you from originally, if you don't mind saying? Again, you don't have to. I'm the Phantom Freak. I'm the freak. You know. King of 9X? Yeah, Rumple, I know you're referencing hackers. It's okay. Oh, so Mariko, you're doing like the standard like Linux experience today. There you go. If you haven't done it for a while, like, yeah. There you go. The standard Linux experience. See, I've never felt the need to be a Linux user because I made the mistake of trying a Hackintosh back in the day, and that's way worse. Oh man, if you think like the standard Arch Linux experience is bad, the Hackintosh experience is so much worse. Like nowadays, I don't even think it's doable, but back when I did it like 6 years ago, 10 years ago, 8 years ago, it was also really bad. And I even bought one of the laptops that they said works really well. Right? You install one Kext on a Hackintosh that isn't the right one, and you got to start over from scratch. It was awful. It was really, really bad. Now it's easier? Really? Huh. I would not have expected that, but okay. Okay. So yeah, going through that process made me never want to do the Linux thing ever again. Just, yeah, drivers, man. That is the one thing Windows got really right. Being able to support such a broad array of drivers. And it basically just works. Not always, but it's better than every other experience out there. By the way. Yeah, exactly. You did a Mac OS VM before using QuickEMU? Yeah, like Mac OS VMs are not that terrible. I remember doing a VM on a Windows machine and it worked, you know, slowly, but it worked. I tried doing the Hackintosh thing just because I wasn't ready to pull the trigger on like a full Mac system yet. Because a compatible Hackintosh laptop is like $300. You know, like that's pretty reasonable just to try. But yeah, like nothing on it worked the way I expected it to. It was just a terrible experience. Oof. Yeah, that's brutal too. Oh, and you live in London. Hold on. I remember you saying that. So you're from Italy, you live in London now. Do you ever go to any of like the London like meetups, etc.? If so, have you met Taz Singh? That dude's awesome. He's really fun to chat with. He's one of the people I look forward to like chatting with at like conferences and stuff. Right? Him, Ken Wheeler. At React NYC when I went to it, there was Ben Holmes. Like, dude, it was just really cool getting to like just to hang out with these people that you really kind of only know from the internet. You definitely should. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a decent like London like meetup scene. I'm not sure how it compares to like San Fran, but I think it's probably as strong or stronger than what we have in Seattle right now. The worst part about dislocating my shoulder yesterday is that it's not just like the soreness. I can deal with the soreness, but my shoulder gets into like a place where it needs to like pop a little bit, where it's like just slightly out and it just needs to like pop like a knuckle, you know? And I can't do that while it's like inflamed all around it. So it'll be a good like week before I'm able to like pop my shoulder again, like a knuckle. So I'm gonna have that like feeling of pressure inside of it for like a week. That part's the worst. Oh yeah. So keep in mind, I dislocate my shoulder on a regular basis. It's been over a year since the last time I did it, but I've been dislocating my shoulder for at least 15 years. I think it's more than that, actually, like maybe 16 or 17, maybe 18. It's a snowboarding injury. Yeah, I can't throw a baseball anymore. I can't even like move my arm flush with my back. Like I'm missing like 45 degrees of range of motion when it comes to like, you know, that rotation, right? Like the fly rotation or whatever. I can't go back all the way with that. Otherwise, yeah, I will dislocate and it sucks. Yeah, we got a clip of it. Like I did it here on stream at one point. I did it yesterday putting on a hoodie. A bunch of streamers like Prime and Melky and Glasses and a bunch of people have seen me dislocate in person. Just partying, you know? So, yeah, it is what it is. The nicest part about a dislocated shoulder is you can dislocate and keep snowboarding for the rest of the day. That's not bad. That's pretty good. I'm okay with that. In the moment when it dislocates, it's not even like the pain. The pain is there, but it's also like the stress of, am I going to be able to get it back in? Because if I can't get it back in, I don't know if you know this, the way they put it back in at the hospital is, right, the way it dislocates, they would lay me down flat on a gurney, right, like the beds they got. They would drape my arm over the side, and they'd take the heaviest person they got and yank down on it. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. So no one is putting my shoulder back in but me. I grab it, I twist, and I yank a little, and then we're good. It is a brute force, but it's better than the brute force someone else would be doing, right? If it's me, I can get it in just right. You know, I can, like, do the rotate thing that, like, gets it in just right. Whereas instead, if someone else is yanking it, it's just yank. So, yeah, I just, yeah, not gonna happen. Here's also a big thing. The more muscular your shoulder gets, the harder it is to put back in as well. So I can only get so much, like, strength training in before it's just not worth it. From, like, a bad shoulder, like, perspective, you know? I'm not saying that's the only reason I don't exercise as much. No, laziness is the big part there. But also, yeah, the fear of not being able to put my shoulder back in when it dislocates, nightmare material. It's part of why when I go snowboarding, I typically have a whiskey or two in me. Because if my shoulder does dislocate and I've got some whiskey in me, it's much easier to put back in because the muscles are more relaxed. Oh, yeah, no, that's terrifying. Like, I wouldn't be doing bench press or any of that bullshit. I wouldn't be doing any of that. Hell no. Now, like, I do exercise. I do have some weights and I do stuff with them, but it's like the range of motion I have to be very careful of. Nowadays, they might have better surgery. For what I have wrong with my shoulder, it's not like I tore any ligaments. They're a little stretched, right? So on your shoulder here, right? Just imagine that there's like a ligament going across right here, and there's one on the backside that does that. The backside one tends to like tense up really hard when I dislocate, and that's the one that I'm like stretching when I put it back in. The front side one is the one that stretches when it dislocates, not tensing up, and that one is like tender when I put it back in the most, usually. What they would end up doing is they would take the ligament on the front here, they would detach it at like the chest side of things and reattach it with some like leeway on it using staples and shit, I think. But the main thing they would end up doing is they would go in through a hole, orthoscopy or whatever the name is. They'd go in through a hole and they'd scrape the cartilage to make it situate better. Because technically what I think is happening is when I put it in wrong and it's not in well, and I need to dislocate again to get it like resituated, is that there's like a flap of cartilage getting caught the wrong way. And the thing is, cartilage doesn't regrow. So until we have some type of stem cell therapy that can regrow cartilage like sharks do, there's nothing we can do about it other than scrape it clean and hope for the best. Stem cell research is the only thing that would ever repair cartilage. We aren't sharks, man. So one person sent me an image of those braces, right? Motorcycle people tend to wear those braces. You know what those braces also do? Right? The ones that are like, they wrap around the shoulder and then across the chest to the other side and stuff. You know what they also do? They make it hard to breathe. When I have my shoulder dislocated, I don't want anything making it harder to breathe. And I have dislocated while my shoulder was in one of those things, and it was the worst. So yes, I've tried one of those. The only thing I would consider as a brace is like the band that goes on the front here. If you ever watch like Olympic volleyball, pretty much every single player has those bands that just go on the front. And that might help me a bit. But yeah, no worries, Primogen Lover. Enjoy your trip to New York. That's really cool, man. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Like, check out Central Parks. Check out, you know, some of the touristy things. Don't feel bad about being a tourist. Like, yeah. Don't let anyone make you feel bad for being a tourist. You are a tourist right now. Do the touristy things. They're fun. You're going to spray his name all over? There you go. See, hold up. I don't know if you know this, but at some point we'll do another giveaway for stickers. What I want is people who live all over the world to take my stickers and stick them up, right? Somewhere with like a good view. And it's like I'm traveling, right? I can travel by proxy. That'd be great. So yeah, we'll hold like a sticker giveaway at some point. And then I just need you to throw one of these faces somewhere, so it's like I'm traveling. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Exactly. Yeah, it'd be fun, right? I can travel vicariously. That'd be awesome. Even if you only put it up for a little bit, take a picture of me like at the Eiffel Tower or something, and then take it off. That way you're not actually defacing anything. They peel off real easy. It'd still be cool, though. I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be really fun. I'm curious. Hold on. Last time TwitchCon was in San Diego. And yeah, have a great night, for sure. Let's chat again. Yep. I hope you enjoy your trip. Last time I was in San Diego for TwitchCon, I ended up throwing my stickers in a few places. I'm curious to see, like, where they might still be available. Website where people can upload the images? That's not a bad idea. I think Twitter is a good enough place for now. Yeah, if you end up getting a sticker of it, tag me in it. We have a channel over in the Discord. So I can at least like do it low-tech wise and just curate the images into a website without necessarily needing to worry about the form and uploading and BS. Right? We can just do the Discord thing or the Twitter thing. But yeah, how you doing, Brownhounds? I forgot to acknowledge your hello. Hello. How you doing? And yeah, we're doing another one of these. Because yeah, shoulder is actually feeling a little rough at the moment, and I definitely feel a little bit of like a behind the eye precursor headache that I really don't want to get any worse. But how's everyone doing? Anyone got any fun plans? Probably not as cool as traveling to New York City for your first time. But anyone got anything fun going on? You know what? I'm going to do this. I've got a little bit of this lemonade mix left. It smells fine. This is probably the last of it. You know, like last time we can actually use it. I left it out. Citrus doesn't go bad that quick. What up, Research Dev? Mr. Sir. Let's see how this tastes. Margarita mix with whiskey. It's not bad. I've had worse. I don't think the margarita mix went bad yet, so I think we're good. A whiskerita. Patent pending. Ooh, all right. Patent pending. I like that. We'll do this. We'll do that. I don't think we end up needing a layout, though. Someone pointed out, my voice says it's not that bad. My face says otherwise. You know. It's really not terrible. It's like a... I'm wondering if the margarita mix went bad sitting out overnight. I think it takes longer to go bad than that. It's a bit tart. I should have done less of the mix and more of the water. It is fairly sour. Does that mean it went bad? There's nothing floating in it, so I think we're good. It does seem a bit sour. That could just be the room temperature grapefruit juice, though. All right, so we got responsive box plot here. What do we actually pass to it? I keep trying to convince myself, though. Yeah. It's added flavor. I mean, you know, penicillin's good for you, right? No big deal. It smells very grapefruit heavy. There is grapefruit in this, right? Because if there's no grapefruit in it, that's a problem. There is no grapefruit. It's lemon juice, lime juice, and orange juice. That's like a poor man's grapefruit, right? I think we're good. All right, so let's look at how they're passing the data to this thing. So data is just data. Subgroup by, I don't think we end up having a subgroup. That's kind of a lot of stuff. It's actually a bit much. Hmm. All right, so the size of Nevo is not bad. I think I'm okay with including Nevo, and we don't need to go like the rendering to SVG approach. that's a big old nope. Robin Wyrick. Hold on, is that the Robin I'm thinking of? I've seen this name a bunch. He does courses. That's probably what I know him from. He does courses. Okay. I'm thinking of Ray Wenderlich. Cody Co? Yeah, I've seen a bunch of stuff from this dude before. Okay. Was it always only like iOS stuff? It might have been. Yeah. I remember really getting into his blog posts back in the day for all sorts of like iOS stuff. So yeah, for some reason I mixed up Ray and Robin, I think it was the name, right? Robin Wyrick. But I have seen this name before. I think they sell courses on Udemy, but they'd prefer to sell them here. Okay, so hold on. Here's the thing. Let's inspect. If we wanted to actually export this, it's an SVG, and we could just save the SVG. We could just copy that whole element and be good. So yeah, that would be some JS DOM stuff, but doable. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I don't think we need to care. All right, so let's get back to this. Parsed 100 data is definitely not what we're looking for anymore. Because, and hold on, what we're gonna do is, right, parsed 100 data gets passed into that, but what we're passing to it is no longer accurate. So parsing data into percentage groups is probably not what we're looking for either, because we no longer need to do that part. I think we split things out in the parse CSV in a way that we maybe don't need to, but we'll leave the parse CSV into data. I think percentage groups is going to go away, and we'll come up with a better name for that. So give me a second, though. I got to go pee. And hey, Blades of Doom. Or Blades of Doom. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, how you doing? Thank you for the streak. We're going streaking. Through the gymnasium, up through the quad. Or up through the quad to the gymnasium. There it is. That's the quote. All right, let me go pee real quick. I'll be right back. And yeah, we're going to port over how we end up mapping our data so that Nevo is stoked on it. All right, so I'm back. You're doing well, getting ready to pack for your move tomorrow. Oh, cool. Yeah, if you're willing to share details, I'd love to know. Like, where you moving to? Like, you know, if you don't want to say exact locations, like how far of a move is it? I think that's always interesting. Like, you know, like moving, yeah, we're just moving like across town. That's fun. But like multiple states away or anything like that, like, oh man, yeah, that's like stressful, you know? But yeah, any detail you want to provide, or none, totally fine. What kind of rug are we micturating upon? I mean, Woo was the rug peer. At least I'm house trained. Or housebroken. Yeah, there you go, Tryon. Yeah, did you enjoy those movies yesterday, though? I think they were great. They were fun. You're moving in with your immediate family? About an hour from where you're currently at? Cool. Yeah, sounds cool. Oh, that's fine, Tryon. You got to see that film, and then I just played some games. You know, the games are a bit meh. I just got to the really good part of Jedi Survivor, though, where, like, the map kind of opens up and it's less linear. So, yeah, I'll be spending a lot of time just figuring that part out. Yeah, no worries, Blades, for sure. And yeah, I like the idea, like moving in with immediate family is a great idea, especially if you're like trying to save up to eventually purchase a house. That's like the best way. And if you're also maybe like helping out with aging family members, things like that, it's kind of a win-win. I don't know, I'm just guessing on your situation. Like, maybe it's just a temporary thing. I don't know. You don't have to say any of that stuff. But I think, yeah, as long as it doesn't hurt your pride at all, it's a really good move financially. Right? Especially if you're just trying to like save up for your down payment for your own place at some point, you know? So yeah, I wholly endorse that approach. I think more people should be doing that kind of thing anyway. That's very popular in like Asian cultures, etc. There's some weird thing here in the US that, you know, people feel like they're no longer independent if they end up doing something like that, right? When instead, like, their pride costs them more money than it should. Yeah, exactly. If I had family living in the area still, I'd probably be crashing at the house. You know? Why not? Fuck it. But no, all my family lives thousands of miles away now. Yeah, exactly, Tryon. Yeah, like, that's actually, like, pretty common. Exactly, X Factor. Yep, for sure. And I remember feeling like a hit to my pride when my family wasn't even living with me, but I was still maintaining the house, you know? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Blades. That's a bummer. But yeah, more space for the baby, right? Fixing your financial situation. Like, that's huge, man. Yeah. Don't let anyone make you feel bad for that. It's actually the smartest play you can do. It's a really good thing as long as everyone's on board. Like, for sure, man. Like, really well. Yeah, extremely smart move. Right, that's true, Tryon. Yeah, I gotcha. That's true. Exactly. It's a learning process. Yep. What you might consider is, to build up your credit again. I know you've probably got people telling you all this shit anyway, right? I had really bad credit for a while, and I got myself a secured credit card where you put in like $500, and that's your balance or whatever, right? Like the maximum of your credit there. But as long as you're paying it off every month, right? It's really like easy for a credit agency, or not credit agency, like Visa or MasterCard or whatever, or a bank or whatever, to be like, yeah, if you're giving us the $500 and that's your maximum credit, well then yeah, we're good to go, sure. And it's a good way to like build up your credit by just paying it off every month. Oh, 1 second, Milos. Let me know when you're back. Yep, exactly, copper top. Yep. Oh, identity stolen. That's rough. That is such a bummer. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I would point out that you should probably freeze your credit at all of the bureaus. Just always, right? Just freeze your credit. Because for them to unfreeze it, they got to go through some effort. And it's likely data that they don't have access to, even if they stole a bunch of your mail. So yeah, everyone here should probably freeze their credit and then just do like temporary unfreezes when they're applying for stuff. Okay, the ad's done. So Milos, all I was saying is you should probably, if you want to build your credit, you should do a secured credit card. And what that means is you're going to have a $500 balance on that card, but you have to pay them $500 to do so. And then you're just operating against the money that they're holding for you that they'll give you back once they decide that you're like a good, like a good bet. But it's something where it's like it's way easier to get a secured credit card than to get just credit, So yeah, secured credit card is the #1 way to rebuild your credit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Which sounds like a major bonus, doesn't it, Blades? That sounds like a win-win to me. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Diego, English only, please. I believe what you're saying is, what are we working on? That looks like Portuguese to me, right? What are we working on? And please, English only. The thing we're working on is trying to graph some data. And that data is the distribution of our hashing algorithm for gradual releases for a feature flag tool. So twofolds, it depends on what you're doing. If you're trying to get like a larger loan, then yes, they're going to look at your like salary as well. And the same goes for like houses and things like that. Yes, they're going to look at your salary history as well. For credit cards, they don't typically look. Yeah, no worries, Blades, for sure. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for sharing with us. And yeah, more power to you. Like, yeah, I hope you enjoy the move. Hope you enjoy the situation. And I hope you like save up and get that credit fixed and everything. It only takes a little bit of time. The secured credit card now will help. And then as some of your debts or other things fall off of your credit, it bumps up way quicker. Like I defaulted on some electricity bills from like 20 years ago, so it's a long time ago, but it was when I was a snowboard bum. So yeah, I defaulted on some things that really wasn't much, but it did impact my credit. But after 7 years, they fall off. So you're good. Now, 7 years is a long time, so keep that in mind. I think bankruptcy might be shorter than that 7, but I'm not positive. But no matter what, you got to start putting in the work now using the secured credit card. Bankruptcy is also 7? Okay. Yeah, my credit's really good now. Yeah, I'm like consistently above 750 every month. If I give it a couple days and make a mistake, then yeah, sure, it might dip. You know, like I'm typically at like 780 or something. Chapter 7 is 10 years? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, that's a bummer. Yeah, I've never understood the difference between the chapters. But, hold up, Blades. I'm sorry, you should get to packing. I'd love to chat with you when you get into, like, hey, you've gotten enough stuff packed. And then, you know, you're taking a break. But put in some work first, and then you can always come back. I'd be happy to chat with you again when you're on a good break. But at least for now. So Tryon, just filed for bankruptcy 2 months ago, and his score is already almost 700. That's huge. That's legit. Interesting. Okay. All right, we're doing another one of these. I do feel like the headache is subsiding. You got 6 hours or so. So yeah. Don't waste any time chatting with us until you have a good like moment in which you've got a planned break ahead of you. Right? I want you to finish, get packing, and I'm happy to chat afterwards. Yeah, in the nicest way. Get packing already. It just smells like citrus to me. Right? I don't think it'd turn into like fermented citrus overnight, right? Like, that process takes longer. I mean, if it does, then it just makes it a stronger beverage, right? As long as there's no floaters, I think we're good. Fermented grapefruit margarita mix. Well, it's actually fermented like OJ, lime, and lemon juice, which smells like grapefruit juice. Or maybe once it ferments, it starts to smell like grapefruit juice. Is that the plot twist? Is that the plot twist? Right? Grapefruit juice is just fermented lime, lemon, and orange? Orange juice will absolutely ferment because it's typically flavored with a lot of sugar. And, right, like, hold on. Let me look at the list. The ingredients list goes water, sugar, lemon juice, lime juice, citric acid, orange juice, sodium citrate. So sugar is the second most prevalent ingredient in this thing. And it's still pretty sour. I've had someone say that about ketchup as well. Like, oh, yeah, ketchup being the most commonly eaten rotten thing in the U.S. It's fine. It's acidic enough. You're good, right? All the vinegar. No, ketchup still has a shitload of sugar in it. Ketchup does go bad. Especially left at room temperature. Yeah, I've had someone say that, though, right? Like, oh, no, it's fine. Jail wine is made from fermented ketchup. We learned something new today. Good work, team. I know, right? BRB gonna go make some jail wine. Yeah, exactly. I'm really curious what else goes into jail wine now. Jail wine hot dogs, patent pending. See, Copper Top seems to really know the secrets. Copper Top, you did time, didn't you? Which is fine. Like, don't feel bad about it. There was, shit, I'm trying to remember his name now. Was it Practical Dev? The Practical Dev? This dude? Oh, no. Wait. Right? The Practical Dev, and we're looking, and it's, no, that's Nick. I see Nick. That's not the person I'm thinking of. Shit. Oh, Practical Dev is dev.2, just in general. Damn it, who am I thinking of where, like, a big part of their persona is that they, like, they're a previous felon? It's not Practical Dev. It was something like that, though. They made it part of their branding, which is the only reason I'm, like, even saying anything about it. I don't remember what their name was, though. Anyone remember their stream? I think they used to stream. Shit. No, not Pirate Software. Not Tej. Yeah, no, I don't remember. He was like something dev, though. Like, their story is incredibly inspirational. Like, really cool of them. But I don't remember what their handle was. If anyone remembers or wants to share, just let me know. And take it easy. We don't want to go that far with it there, Tryon, but appreciate you. You spent 11 months in jail. Ultra Laser? Dr. Doom? Wait. That's Joey. Joey! Dude, you gotta stop letting your mom dress you. Like, yeah, for sure, Kinslayer. Dude. Joey, you say dude one more time, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. Like, yeah, for sure, man. I like that he named his computer Penelope. Yeah, like, I'm a huge fan of the movie Hackers, if you don't know. No, it's not Pirate Software. I'm spacing on his name. I think he was a big, at least for a while, he was a big member of, like, White Panthers community. But I'm spacing on it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. No, not Underdog. I do think Dev was in their name, but it wasn't Practical Dev. Someone just messaged saying, jail wine for the cooking stream. Sounds like a really good like recipe we should cook at some point. No. No. Definitely no. No, 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 no. So X Factor, they're talking about Hackers, the film Hackers. If you haven't seen it, I actually think Hackers 2 Takedown is more realistic. Now, keep in mind that it is sensationalized to make something Nakamura. I think that's the character's name. It's sensationalized to make him seem like the hero, but he's not. He's a fucking dickhead. Shimamura, right? Tsutomu Shimamura is a fucking asshole, actually. The guy that plays him played a bad guy in that Jet Li movie, Kiss of the Dragon or whatever, right? So keep in mind, Hackers 2 is not related whatsoever to the first film. It's called Takedown. It was originally released as Hackers 2 Takedown. It's part of the series still, basically. It was originally released as Hackers 2 Takedown, or at least that's what the movie someone downloaded from MIRC called it. It's absolutely worth watching. Yes. Hackers 2 Electric Boogaloo. No, it's a really good film because it's about the Kevin Mitnick story. It's sensationalized. Yep, for sure. It is related to Kevin Mitnick, right? It's the Kevin Mitnick story, and it actually goes through the very similar aspect of, like, most of his hacks were social engineering. It does show him doing stuff with, like, curl and, you know, like, traceroute and blah, 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 and a whole bunch of, like, hacking stuff, like, you know, command line utilities that, at least, I don't know, it's been 20 years since I watched it, seemed realistic, right? Donald Logue plays a really good, like, best friend in the film. He's a great actor. Yeah, I've heard people push back and say that this movie is not accurate. But I want to say that it's more accurate than the movie Hackers, right? Even though Hackers employed a bunch of, like, social engineering as well. For some reason in my brain, I hear Skeet Ulrich saying, hey, this is Joe Frady from accounting. Right? Like, there's a bit where he's, like, calling people up and getting into systems just by, like, chatting with them, because that's the weakest part of any system. But yeah, it's a great film. I would say there are probably better films. No, this might be the most accurate, like, hackers film or hacking film ever made. That fucking dude, though, the Shimamura guy. They make him seem like a good guy. No, he was just some fucking rogue asshole. There you go, the BLT drive. And Mr. Kawasaki's gonna make me commit Harry Carey. You know these Japanese management types. Yeah, if y'all don't know, I memorize movie quotes without even trying. They're just there. They're in my head somehow. I can't help it. I also end up remembering stuff programming-wise, the same way. If you use something often enough, you're going to remember it. Surly? Dude, did you not know that that actor, he played people in like the Captain American films. He played like some scientist in the Captain America movies. He's the voice of a robot in like Avengers Endgame or whatever, right? Or like the AI inside of the computer. Maybe not Endgame, but the one before it. Yeah, no worries there, Brownhounds. Yeah, look up, like, go check out the actor that played Lance. He's been in a shitload of movies. For some reason, I'm not remembering his name right now. I wanted to say Toby Kebbell. That's a different British actor. But yeah, Surly, I would recommend checking out his like acting history. He's in all sorts of stuff. He's a fantastic actor. But yeah, real quick, Thor talks about social engineering quite often. Your favorite story was a DEF CON when he told people he wasn't competing and sat in the lounge talking to competitors to get information from them to feed to his team. There you go, right? Social engineering. Kinslayer, yes, I would say if you care about hacking, Sneakers is one of the greatest films ever made as well, and it involves barely any hacking. It's all social engineering. Yeah, Sneakers is so good. SeaTech Astronomy, man. My voice is my passport. Not password, passport. Verify me. And that is definitely not Jamie Lee Curtis. Like, that is definitely not Jamie Lee Curtis. I don't remember the actress's name, though. But I know for a fact it's not Jamie Lee Curtis. Like, nah, man. Definitely not. Nope. Wait, Surly, you should be able to watch it for free, because I thought it was a BBC show. Am I wrong? Was it ITV instead? I thought it... Toby Jones! Dude, it was Toby! Oh, shit! So I was actually close with Toby Kebbell. Ah, good job, brain. Woo! Good job, brain. Yeah, Sneakers will most likely never be on Tubi, but I'll keep my eye out. It could happen eventually. But it's such a high-profile film, right? So many great actors and everything that I really doubt it'll make its way to Tubi. YouTube might get it at some point, but that's about it. I can't believe my brain was like, it's Toby. And it was right. Ah, oh, man. There are times where my memory makes me feel like a superhero. Pedantic man. He'll remember the quotes better than you do. What are his powers? To annoy you to no end. Oh, and Pounce, I'm sorry, hold on. Yeah, there you go, Surly. Yeah, I figured you should be able to get it because I thought it was like a BBC-funded thing. So yeah, there you go. Perfect. So about feature flags. Yeah, hold on. Let me double check. I know you asked about feature flags and I forgot. Yeah, my bad. Let me double check. Let me see what your comment was. Okay, so you're asking... Curious if you can drop a link to get my perspective. You're not too familiar with feature flags and need to learn something in that area to guide your dev team. Yeah, drop the link. Absolutely. Like, dude, you're a mod. Your brain leaks info as much as mine retains it. I gotcha. So, hold on. Let's look at it. I'm curious. Really curious. So someone named Alex Smolin. One reason they joined LaunchDarkly is that they'd been using the project for several years at Clever. They used Decider, a bare-bones internal feature flagging service at Twitter. They knew the value of these tools for security development, but also found feature flags to be useful for security. Over time, they expect security teams will adopt these tools to support their work. If you use them, consider them for a use case. So yeah, decoupling code deployment from things. They're talking about security code review. So FedRAMP change control processes. Okay. So security reviews are more stringent, documentation heavy than the standard commercial environment. They use their internal LaunchDarkly instance to disable unapproved features in Federal. Okay. So you can still deploy the code and maintain parity, but until it's been signed off on, you don't enable it for certain environments. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's a major use case. Do you have any specific questions around it? Like, I think, yeah, this is a great idea. Your main concern is that the code paths are still available. I mean, they'll be available as long as the flag is toggled. And you can toggle, like, you can make it to where that flag can be overridden locally. We're not doing that currently with how we're doing Vexilla, but we can. And I'd probably like to wire that into something. Oh, no. So what you're getting there, Pounce Penguin, is the logic you have, that code was loaded. That code was absolutely loaded still. Ooh, I mean, Pounce, I would say Vexilla probably isn't there yet for you guys yet. If they want to hop on a call with me, we can talk about it. And I do think it'll be released and ready here within the week. I want to maybe get it launched up tonight for all the SDKs. But yeah, I just don't know if I'm ready for something where security is that important. I'd like to prove it out in like smaller projects and environments first. I would trust it, but I don't have the confidence to sell someone else on it. But if they want to hop on a call about it eventually, I'd love to chat with them and understand their needs. So yeah, let them know that I'd happily hop on a call with them. I still think they'd probably rather put their faith in something more industry proven. And PII, so ensuring secure code paths is a priority. So that's the thing though, Pounce Penguin, like the code will get loaded unless you have some wrapper around like dynamic imports and things like that. They're talking about building something on their own. And I can understand that. I would encourage him to take a look at source code and things we're doing, and if they want to fork it, they can still establish like a services contract at some point with me, and we can like chat about like modifying it and changing it. I don't know. I think that would be interesting. Yeah, I think just chatting about it would be worthwhile. Because again, what I'm doing is fully open source. If they just want to fork it, cool. Right? That way they own it. They can decide what they're doing. And then from there, if they decide that, well, yeah, what I'm doing publicly is still kind of what they need and they don't want to maintain an internal thing anymore, porting to what we're doing might be part of a services contract too. And let me point out, I have no idea how to price that or do any of that stuff. I'm not a salesperson. So, yeah, I don't even know what I'd do there. But I think it's still worth a conversation. And if it's something they want to use, they can fork it, and it'd be great. Yeah, I don't know how to price the value on this or anything like that. That's why I eventually need a co-founder that can help me do that, even if they're like a fractional co-founder. I need a fractional CEO because I am basically the full-time CTO. Doesn't mean I know how to sell someone on it or, make this a business. So X Factor, it would probably be like a baseline of having me on retainer. And then maybe like an hourly fee for the amount of time they need. Figuring out what that baseline is would be important, though. I'm not sure. I have no idea. But the basic gist is if we at least establish a service level agreement, right, SLA, that they can send me a message at any time, and I'll wire it up to an alarm clock or something, and they can get me on the phone or someone that represents me, I think that'd be worthwhile. Yeah, I only read so much of it. It was actually a really short article. Shit, I didn't realize I was at the end. Yeah. But yeah, being on call for a company would require at least some level of retainer, right? For the experimental, starting phase, if they're the first client we have doing that, they probably get a deal, at least for a while. But as we get more people doing so, then we have to, ramp up the rate for each subsequent client. Then when renewal time comes along, there's probably a bump up in the renewal. Got to install the system? Yeah, no worries. create my own on-call paging system. No, I'd use some service, like PagerDuty or whatever. My brain goes to there when someone's like, if you do something about it, my brain immediately goes, heh, you said doo-doo. Right? Like, yeah, exactly. You do like a nice, quick Peter Griffin laugh and move on. Yeah, Surly, you're just now, like, looking into it. Yeah, Toby Jones is a very accomplished actor. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get knighted at some point. Toby Jones. Like, yeah, exactly, Pounce. I've actually practiced that laugh. I have practiced that laugh before. Yeah, very accomplished. I'd be surprised if he isn't a knight already or if he doesn't get knighted before he dies. Shit, with a name like that, you know he comes from aristocracy already. What college did he go to, or university, or whatever? Eton? Did he go to Eton? Oh, Manchester. All right, so he's not that rich. He's already OBE? What does OBE stand for? Is he already knighted? If so, he deserves it. Order of the British Empire? So that means he's been knighted at that point, right? He's like Sir Toby Jones. Hey, that was quick, Blades. Shit. So wait, is OBE like he's actually a knight? Or is it like the step right before you become a knight? I know. You said you were almost done, but that was quick. Oh, okay. So he's part of OBE, but to get to the top level, you're either a knight or a dame, right? And he might not be at knight or dame level yet. Okay. Interesting. Well, yeah, thanks for sharing that. Copper Top, are you also from the UK? Wait, based on your name? Are you Scottish? Are you redheaded? Based on the name Coppertop? Did I not catch that until just now? Your name's a Matrix reference. You're from the States? So basically like the fact that they're batteries. Okay. All right. Cool. Thanks, Shirley. Okay, I like that. And then 90s, does that mean like you were born in the 90s? Coppertop is Duracell. Yeah, touche. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. All right, yeah, I like it. 1991. Okay. Cool. That's awesome. No, he's a 90-year-old battery. All right, touche. But yeah, Pounce Penguin, if you're still out there, I think this is a great idea. Things that you maybe discover a security issue with that you could turn off immediately, that's huge, right? The code path is still shipped, but you're no longer going down it when the flag is off. That's important. So yeah, I really do think feature flagging is essential for what you're doing. Yeah, shit. I need to get these SDKs released out. I think that's my biggest focus tonight, actually. Yeah. So yeah, tonight on Gaming Stream, I need to cook food, obviously. But I also need to focus on releasing out these SDKs to the various platforms. I could do that here on stream, but I'd also end up possibly leaking keys when I do so, and I gotta be careful about that. Yeah, that makes sense, Shirley. Yep. Gradual is for releasing out to, let's say, 20% of your users. So yeah, hold on. What was your comment? To gradually enable performance. Yeah, exactly. That's what gradual is specifically for. Takedown. Yeah, there you go, Surly. Oh, absolutely, Blades. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'd really like that. Wait. So Tryon, hold on. What about Reddit saying you're dumb? Yeah, I feel like maybe your previous message didn't go through or something, or I'm just missing it. Oh, hold on. No. So this may be a stupid... I see it now. You'd like to make a small-time personalized client-size app. Or personal client-size app similar to Uber. Is that something you think one person could accomplish in a couple years, knowing very little about dev? I'd say it's possible, but it's probably not the right business approach. That's the whole problem, though. Something like Uber only works at a large scale because of the amount of like engineering effort that it takes to do like real-time vehicle tracking and like, you know, just like to deliver even somewhat of the experience of Uber, you actually need a lot of like infrastructure and engineering effort behind it. So you end up needing to target a larger scale to justify the stuff that you've had to do to make it happen. Yeah, so Uber lost a shitload of money just establishing themselves and building out the technology they have. So you ride share now and you want some way to organize your personal clients. So if it's just you, just your one vehicle, it is doable and you could do it. But I would point out that there's probably better investments of your time. Right? I get it, but I just think there are better investments of your time. Right? What you're talking about is basically an Excel spreadsheet and the share your location with an Apple device, you know? Yeah, a calendar link to book your rides, right? Use cal.com. You know, so yeah, I think there's a way that you could probably like glue these things together from existing services rather than writing your own. And the moment that you prove out the idea of gluing these things together and you're making enough profit to justify it, then you're at a point to actually do it. So instead, try and like bootstrap it. Here's a good example. The guys that made DoorDash, they operated only within San Francisco, and the original drivers were them. It was just two people handling orders and driving food to people. That was it. They proved out the idea doing that, and then they sought investment for it. So if you can't prove out your idea cheaply and easily that way, you definitely don't want to try and build out an entire platform for it. That's a very big thing that, Paul Graham says a lot. You should probably operate your business out of a spreadsheet before you go worrying about building a platform. Yes, exactly. That is a big thing that Paul Graham says as well. Do things that don't scale. Because that's actually the thing that becomes your moat, right? By you being able to scale the thing that doesn't scale, you're actually creating a business that someone else would have a hard time replicating. Yeah, if you're not aware, Paul Graham is one of the founders of Y Combinator. His blog is a fantastic place to just read and understand business in general. And look at it. He has a blog that just doesn't scale. It looks very 90s, doesn't it? Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Yeah, technically it scales massively. He could probably hit 100,000 concurrent users and not even sweat about it because it's just HTML. It's actually really easy at that point. So yeah, I'm not going to say every blog post he's ever made is worth reading. Oh, it's fine, Tryon. Yeah, no worries. But right, like super linear returns, like, dude, some of these blog posts are magical. They're really good. And then others are a bit fuzzier. Right? So Tryon, what I was getting at is DoorDash started out, the founders only delivered to San Francisco, and it was just them doing the deliveries. They didn't hire drivers. They didn't establish a platform. It was basically a website where you were booking these two guys that started DoorDash to deliver your food for you. But by proving it out within a small area, with a small subset of people relying upon them, they actually proved the idea and got millions of dollars of investment, right? So instead, yeah, prove out your idea as cheaply and not necessarily easily as possible, but in a way that you know you can build something around it later when you want to actually like automate things. But don't automate first. Yeah, so Tryon, I would look up the DoorDash like origin story, how they started. And yeah, hold on. Let's look. Scale? Do things that don't scale. This is the article that we were kind of talking about. And I think this is the article in which he even talks about like DoorDash. But I could be wrong. If you want to learn dev, you're actually better off trying to aim a little smaller than that. I know. You want to build something big. But that's actually like the biggest foot gun you're going to have. Focus on something small, right? Very easily shippable small things. Because most big things are actually built from small things. Right? Look at every game you've ever played. Like, right? GTA 5 or Red Dead Redemption. It's actually an amalgamation of minigames. Sure, yeah, an appointment scheduler. But I would also point out that you could just use cal.com. So I would focus on things that maybe aren't built yet that you have insight into that you want to work a very specific way. I think instead, you could just use cal.com to solve that part of the problem. And then instead, you can focus on the other part that there isn't a tool that solves. And this is purely from like a business perspective. If you want to build cal.com just for the practice of building something, go for it. But recognize that you're probably not going to do it better than they already have. So if you're trying to make a business out of it, focus on the thing that is actually your business, not the scheduling part. The scheduling part exists. You know? If you're doing any of it for learning purposes, I would say aim small. But if it's something that exists, then feel fine with it. I get it. That's fine. The biggest thing I want to point out is you're going to hit naysayers all along the way. And even what we're doing right now is slightly naysaying. I'm not saying you shouldn't do projects. I'm saying the ones that you've mentioned so far might not be that great. But if you want to do it, don't let anyone dissuade you. I just want to say, though, that if you want to make a business out of it, rather than just a learning experience, do the things that you can't do with other people's tools yet. For learning purposes, anything's fine. You're going to learn from aiming too large and never completing it. You'll still learn from that. I would say instead, you'll learn more from actually shipping something. And that involves aiming smaller. So try on. Let me put it this way, right? You have ideas all the time. This ride sharing one, it's not your only idea. Don't become married to it. Instead, every idea you have goes into a Trello board or some other thing, right? Notion or some other BS. I don't care where you put it, but something where you can sort and filter and get them into categories and drag the ones you like to the top and the ones that you can't do yet to the bottom and blah, blah, blah. I have hundreds of ideas for open source, right? For profitable, whatever, any of that shit. No matter what, you need a place that you can drag and drop these things in an easy way and maintain all your ideas because you will have them. So no matter what, you need to record those ideas when you have them because you will forget them. It's going to happen. Yeah, exactly, Surly. I have ideas for days. I can work on something anytime I want. I am never short of an idea because I've recorded all of them somewhere. When I'm maybe not having one that I definitely want to do right now, well, I'll just head to the list. Obsidian, like any tool works. Anything, right? Thousands of ideas. Just make sure, right? Like an idea of like old notepad files or like text files. They work, but it's a lot harder to sort and filter and drag the good ideas to the top, right? Things don't bubble up that well in a text file. So instead, use a tool in which things can bubble up. You can sort and filter and waste a good 20 minutes, like pulling them up. You don't yet, Blades. That's what I'm getting at, though. You have ideas for programming all the time. All the time. You definitely do. I don't believe you if you say you don't. Instead, you're actually mixing the idea of brainstorming and filtering together. And they're not the same thing. The moment you start mixing those two things, you're doomed. Instead, every idea gets recorded, and then your filtering happens later. And that filtering doesn't delete ideas, it just filters them down. And the good ideas bubble up. The things that you think you're capable of bubble up. How you want to categorize them, that's up to you. Your ability to drag and drop and move these things around is one of the most important parts of what I'm talking about. So if you can do it with Obsidian, if you can do it with Notion, if you can do it with Trello, doesn't matter. however you see fit to like mentally like organize these things and have them for later, that's the key. Now, I get it, Tryon. The important thing is you do not filter right now based upon what you think you can do. If you're mixing filtering and brainstorming, you're fucking up. Brainstorming is, I wish this thing existed. That's it. Yeah, you put it in the list, add some details about like what you were thinking at the time because you will wish you had those details later. And then you just save it for later. And then at some point when you're in a critical aspect of things, right? Brainstorming and criticism or criticality or whatever you want to call it are separate. When you're in a critical mindset, then you can go look at these things about what are you capable of now? What do you think you could get done within a reasonable time frame, etc.? And those ideas bubble up. And the ones that would take longer or you don't have the knowledge for bubble down. And at some point, you end up getting this like list of top level things that you really want, you think you're capable of, and you think you could do them in a reasonable amount of time. Bim, bam, boom, right? Those are like the three main criteria. And that will actually change over time. As you get better as a dev, the things that you didn't think you could actually do, well, yeah, now I could actually probably do that, and I really want it, and I think it would be pretty quick to make, and it then bubbles up. Oh, it would make a great YouTube video. I just need to make it. I want to make a couple more like technical videos before I do like another like softer side video, but yeah, this I think is maybe like one of my best YouTube videos. Yeah, I think this is probably like my best YouTube video. And I haven't even made it yet. I don't even need to write that one down because I can't forget that one. But if your memory isn't a steel trap, every idea gets written down. There's only so many you can actually maintain in working memory. Don't expect that you're going to remember the best ones. Always write it down, keep it somewhere, sort it and filter it later. Yeah, no worries, try it, for sure. And hold on, so blades, let me go look. All right, so let me go look blades real quick. Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing. So you're learning programming game dev in your own time while you work and go to school for your bachelor's degree in software engineering. Fuck yeah, good work. You got a link of a thing that you can't play in the browser. It's called Feed the Black Hole. You've got to build. Oh, and you did it for Jackie Code's Game Jam. Ah, yeah, seems like she has a really good community. Yeah, super cool. Okay. No, I like it. I see what you got there. Blades, I think you could turn that into like a streamer game at some point, right? Like wire it up to TMI.js. And it'd be kind of fun at that point, right? Now, I know you didn't write it in JS, but it might be a good practice to try and rebuild it in something like Phaser or something like that. And then you could turn it into like a streamer overlay kind of thing really easily. Right? Seems kind of fun. So you have a career question. Should you have a GitHub for strictly professional use when you become a software engineer, or is your personal fine? I would say it's tough. What is on your personal? At some point, you might make some things private or remove them from what you're doing, right? Let me put it this way. I have been on the interviewer side of things at a company, and I've seen some meh, like GitHubs. And I never judged them for it because I recognize that maybe they've only done work at a company that they couldn't share, and their side project / like learning stuff is all they had on their GitHub, right? But I will still look at it and see like, yeah, you did some tutorial for React or whatever and did it for a boot camp or some BS. I might still look at that. And I'll also look at how old it might be. And if it's within the past 6 months, well, I'll assume that, yeah, you're a recent bootcamp grad. So if you're applying for a senior role, I might judge you accordingly for that. But I'll still ask you questions because maybe you bumped up in your senior level within those 6 months. Unlikely, but I'm not going to be a dick about it. I'm going to ask you questions about, yeah, so if you consider yourself senior with React, Angular, whatever, I might ask you questions about like, yeah, have you actually built out a dashboard application and dealt with how to invalidate cookies or, like log someone out, etc. Like how to remove your token and force someone back to the login screen. Like, how do you do any of that stuff? If you've never done that, it doesn't mean that you're not senior, but it might mean that you just lack some experience, because if you're saying you're senior after 6 months, you probably should have been able to do that part. But I've totally interviewed people that were really good engineers that just never did that part at their previous jobs. And when I asked them about building applications, they answered other questions just fine. Does GitHub username matter? To a degree, like, you definitely don't want something like super badass 6969. It's not going to look well. It's not going to look great. Just being honest with you. Yes, your GitHub username will be judged. If it's, chill, then it's fine. You'd applaud it, Pounds Penguin. I don't know if I would. I know, I'm sorry, Surly. My bad. Yeah, I'm just being honest. Like, super badass 6969 is going to have to live up to their name at that point. They better be super badass. You know? Just saying. Oh, and I'm sorry. So Milos, I do see your message. Milo.xxx. I would say that's not ideal. I'm sorry. You should probably change it. At the end of the day, you want to seem professional. I'm sorry, but yes. Image is important. I would say Milo.xxx is not ideal. It's probably fine for some jobs. If you're applying to work at some company that has their theme song be like, boom, 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 or whatever. Like, I can't do it. I don't remember what it sounds like, right? Right? The drum beat and everything. Like, yeah. I think I messed up the melody. It's been a while since I heard it. B then last name would be amazing. Yeah, that'd be great. As long as it doesn't make up some offensive word by combining the two. I'd say even if you are Vin Diesel in that movie, maybe stay away from the triple X's, just simply because you don't want to ruin your, your undercoverness. I mean, great is being nice. Take it easy. Great is being really generous. Yeah. Someone with the name Brandon Alex probably doesn't want to do B last name because that combination is bollocks. And, technically here in the US, that'd be fine. But if you're from the UK, you're definitely not getting the job. All right, so let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'm actually really enjoying the chatting. Even though I'm not getting enough done, it's fine. This blog post doesn't need to be published. My SDKs do. And I need to focus on that here, after stream, which we got time for. But let me go pee. BRB. Alrighty, and I'm back. J Bond 007. Exactly. I think that one works. About 350. There you go. Oh, that bass. What you can do with all that bass? Yeah, no, I'm out of the mix. Welcome back, Mariko. How you doing? What did you miss? We started chatting about, you know, startups and some other things. Startups, Toby Jones' acting career, programming ideas. Like, yeah, you missed out on a lot, actually, but I think it's fun. PHP is a fine choice. Use what you're productive with. By the way. Bathroom movement sensor. Like a bowel movement sensor? Okay, good. Smart bidet. Damn it, did we just come up with an idea that needs to go into the Trello board? Yeah, exactly. I know, right? Smart bidet. Shit. All right, here we go. It's a hardware device. Let's do it. Smart bidet, right? Just like coding bongos, right? A buckling spring mouse. A theater system for tracking seat usage and bathroom breaks, obviously. A mini USB drive silo that actually like takes drives and replaces them like they're like a, you know, like a tape like silo where it like unplugs the drives and plugs them in. That could be a fun one. The opposite of the drinking bird, the one that refills your drink when low. No worries. Yeah. And then finally, the smart bidet. Yeah, duh. I think the buckling spring mouse is actually a winner. Patent pending. Patent pending. Yeah, smart bidet. Obviously, Sergeant Pepper, that's a winner. Right? Patent pending. Nobody's allowed to steal this idea, obviously. Yeah, it can actually adjust the temperature of the water. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. What's the playlist? If you do exclamation point song, you can get a link. Right? Personalized. Yeah. You can establish a cloud platform where when you go to someone else's place, or even like some cloud-enabled public restroom, the bidet knows exactly what your preferred temperature is. Boom, nailed it. Yeah, totally. Because shitting doesn't have to be shitty. Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, we would definitely be like a little more like, subtle with it. Right? No, not anus vision. We'd call it Project Starfish. Duh. Duh. We want your hole so we don't have, or so you don't have to. Exactly. I'm sorry, Space Case. This is really good. This is like, yeah, right? I think we need to pitch this to Y Combinator right now, right? We'd get accepted right on in there. No problem. Recently funded by Y Combinator is Project Starfish. This is a really good stream. This is one of my best streams lately, for sure. Yes, for Shark Tank, obviously. I think Mark Cuban's in. Yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah. Let's continue this porting process. I know, I'm taking my sweet-ass time on this part. Because I actually don't enjoy the graphing part of things. Parse data, I think we can call it. No. The suffering is actually over because we're no longer using Plotly.js. We have ended the suffering. Let me double check. Any responses from Plotly on how terrible their library is? No? I don't think it went big enough. I think I need your help. I need your likes. I need your retweets. Only you can prevent people from realizing that Plotly.js shouldn't be used. Or only you can prevent people from using Plotly.js. There we go. I don't know if they got the ping. If I were them, I wouldn't respond to it, so I don't think it matters. If you were to quote tweet, maybe you want to ping them with your quote tweet. I think that would work. From a previous job, we used Nevo. Technically, D3 isn't that complicated. And using some existing D3 thing is probably worth it. D3 is actually amazing. I think a big part of it is D3 is not React enabled. So if you're using React, you probably want something built on top of React. You are using React. So it's still going to be like D3 based, but check out Charts.js. I'm pretty sure that is D3 as well. I've heard Charts.js is fantastic. I have not used it enough. The fact that there's only 8 chart types, yeah, I don't know if they solve enough of the things I want to do yet. We see bar charts, we don't see box plots. So it depends on the type of graphs that you need to generate. That's the most important part. For me, Nevo is solving a bunch of the use cases that I don't see solved by Charts.js specifically. Nevo is fantastic. It's really good. The company I was at recently, like not Get Kraken, but the company before that, used Nevo for all of their graphing, etc. And it was great. It was nice. We were stuck on the version of Nevo we had, but only because we were stuck on Webpack and some other BS. And before our team got laid off, I was working on bringing our entire code base into being like Vite based, which is huge. It was easily like a minute or two. I wanted to say 30 seconds, but that would be so generous. It was easily like a couple minutes of starting up your dev server and then actually being able to like do something with the code. So typically, like coworkers I chatted with were like, yeah, I would start the dev server and then I'd walk away and pour another coffee or something. I don't think Nevo was the problem there. I think Webpack and some other BS was. Nevo is what we used though, and it was really good. And Nevo's, like, overhead is pretty, like, chill. It does sound like a good opportunity to get another coffee. However, it also sounds like a good way to, like, overdo it on the coffee, and then you're just jittery for the rest of the day. Because, like, oh yeah, I did this, but then I need to do some code review and pull something down and check it out. Time for another coffee. And then I need to switch back to the thing I was doing. Time for another coffee. Right? Like, the context switching would actually kill you due to caffeine at that point, right? But yeah, Pounce Penguin. I would say Nevo is one of the best React-based tools for graphing I have used. It was great, fantastic. I really liked it. Oh, hold on 1 second, Bucks. One second, Bucks. Yeah, hold on. Let me double check other comments. Yeah, use the smart bidet. Right? Like, if you need to get up and stretch and walk around while your, like, build process is going, yeah, maybe it's time to, like, employ the smart bidet and do some of that. I get it. Would it be worth the effort to program a personal website? Blades, I think that is one of the easiest, like, small projects you could do. Absolutely. Right? Think about how you want to do that, though, and that's important. So, what type of work are you trying to do? What type of jobs are you applying for, etc.? I know it's not popular, but getting good at WordPress opens up a lot of doors for at least getting yourself employed. And then, once you're employed, you can start looking at better options if you don't want to keep doing WordPress stuff. If that is the thing, then yeah, you should actually do WordPress as your content management system and then consume it with a tool like, Gatsby or Astro or Next.js or whatever, right? Because WordPress works really well as a CMS that you consume into a static site generator. No, I get it. You're saying software engineering, but that is such a broad scope. I think you're missing out on something. Have you had a software engineering role yet? And my guess is no. If you're willing to take WordPress roles, being really good and understanding the core of WordPress puts you way above other WordPress devs. No, that's fine. So Blades, yeah, like a bunch of these keywords, you'll end up like memorizing whether you like to or not. If you don't want to work with WordPress, then yeah, don't use it. But I'm going to point out, one of the easiest ways to start out in the industry is actually client agencies that work predominantly with WordPress. Your goal, maybe, if that's a thing in your area, is to get good at WordPress. Make your own plugins, make your own stuff for it. And then from there, work yourself into building either front-end or back-end applications at the same agency for their larger projects. Because every single agency out there that does WordPress stuff would prefer to do proper applications. So at some point, if you're doing WordPress for an agency like that, you can work yourself into the proper application thing because those are bigger and better contracts for that agency anyway, right? And when I say agency, I mean like consultancy or whatever they want to call themselves. They're a company that does contracts for various clients, etc., and builds out projects for them, and then the project is done and you're on to a new project. That is one of the best possible ways to learn new things and get good at what you do. Because you end up shipping something very quickly. You're not just maintaining someone else's mess. So here's the biggest thing, Blades. I would say look at companies hiring in the area you live in, and I don't think you told us that, and you don't have to. But look at companies hiring. Look at agencies and consultancies, etc. Are they doing a lot of WordPress? Are they also doing other things? That means that you have a very clear, trajectory to start on the WordPress and move into application dev. At some point, you're going to drop the WordPress part off of your resume. But at the bare minimum, you can start out doing some of the WordPress stuff. And if you care about engineering, you can build out a really nice WordPress site that is nicely engineered. That's totally possible. But then consumed into a static site generator that is then really SEO capable and performant. There's a lot of things to do, right? I'm not going to say you need to be an expert yet, but just recognize that WordPress is somewhat like 40% of the internet. I would bet money that there are agencies in your area specializing in WordPress. Starting at them and getting at least your first role in general is worthwhile. And while you're there, focusing on doing things in a proper way rather than just relying upon plugins is also good. Like writing your own plugins or writing your own plugin for Gutenberg, which is their editor. Things like that, useful. Now, granted, you might not do as much of that. You might end up just being reliant upon Advanced Custom Fields, which is a plugin for WordPress. That's fine. But you need to be practicing other stuff too. No, and I get that, Blades. What I'm saying is, look at the WordPress to at least get something on your resume. Once you have something on your resume, jumping to something else is so much easier. Getting that first job is actually really tough. WordPress is the easiest way to get that first job. It really is. Especially because so much of the industry has been taught by influencers in general that WordPress isn't worth their time. Yeah, those influencers are fucking up. They are misleading an entire generation of programmers. People that know better know to just disregard them when they say that. People that don't know better think that what they say is actually true. I say this as a person that started their career with WordPress. So I am biased, but I want to point out that there are so many more jobs available for someone willing to do WordPress than someone that's not willing to do WordPress. No matter what, you need at least one thing on your resume programming-wise to get into better roles. That is the simple fact of the matter. So Surly, what Surly is talking about is that plugins you might consume are regularly not secure. And the less plugins you use on a WordPress site, the more secure it will be. As long as you are good about your engineering for it. So right? No matter what you do, caring about your craft is more important. But getting your first job is very important. We can't all be the Primogen, you know? There are so many jobs out there that people are fighting to get, like the Primogen's old role. Whereas instead, you can at least get your foot in the door at some company doing WordPress And then at least you've done something. Someone saw fit to employ you. That is a major step up for the next company. Don't ever put in 10 years at a company that isn't something like Netflix. Your biggest way of boosting your salary and boosting your career is jumping from company to company every year or two until you find one that you want to stick with. Companies don't want to hear that, but they're still going to hire you. As much as I agree with Melky's, like, career assessment, like, content, etc., he lacks the perspective of someone trying to start out as a junior in this market. Unless you focus on something like machine learning to get your foot in the door that way. But I'm just going to say, like, not everyone, like, machine learning is such a smaller niche that it's really actually kind of hard to do that. I'm almost positive, unless Melky has aggressively negotiated salary stuff since he started at Twitch, he's getting underpaid. Because they saw someone coming from Canada that just needed the job, and they saw that they could probably pay him $30K less per year. Bare minimum. I don't know what he makes. This is me speculating. Keep that in mind. I could totally be wrong, but I'm willing to bet he's actually cheap compared to his peers. And I'm not saying he's not making enough. He's probably fucking killing it. But I bet he's underpaid compared to the people at his same level, at the same company. Would I lose that bet? Sure. I wouldn't bet a lot of money. I'd bet $50 to $100. Sure. But I would bet money, anyone that's put in the time that Melky has at the company he's at, and they were US native, they're making more than he does. I'm not saying I make a lot. I've been underpaid at a lot of jobs I had. So keep that in mind. You know, beggars can't be choosers. And your salary doesn't dictate if you're actually good at your job or not. No, it's just simply what they thought they could get away with paying you. That's important too, Sergeant Dev. Or, sorry, Sergeant. It is Sergeant Dev, right? Sergeant Pepper. That's it. Yeah. Sorry, for some reason my brain was like, hold on. Something about what I just said doesn't work. No, you've told me that Sergeant's right. For some reason, I said Sergeant Dev, and my brain was like, that isn't correct. And then I doubted the Sergeant part. Yeah. My bad. It's Sergeant Pepper, not Sergeant Dev. Duh. Brain fart. I blame the whiskey. I also blame this, like, headache I got going. All right, so hold on. All right, so hold on. Let me read some of this. Your coworkers, the work environment, the way the company treats work-life balance is all really important. Yes, exactly. Buxna. I mean, nah, I'm good on it. I want to be able to generate images for my blog. And I just don't think, I don't think Plotly's it. Yeah, like, how big is the partial build? But yeah, hold on. Buxna. Yeah, let me give you like link privileges. There you go. Yeah, you can link whatever you want. They're kind of hidden in the repo. Sure. That's still really not good, though. And it only contains bar, pi, and scatter. What about box plot? Maybe box plot's included in bar? Yeah, no, so I appreciate it, Buxna. I mean, size is in the eye of the beholder. Depends what size bundle you're ready to, like, support. Wink. I know, sorry. We're getting a little crude. I blame the whiskey. I mean, size is in the eye of the beholder. No, the biggest problem is I wanted to maybe generate these things into like an SVG. And to generate an SVG from their graph required that I sign up for an account. And I noped the hell out of it. Because, yeah, like, I think an SVG is actually all I needed. But they wanted an account to generate an SVG from a D3 wrapper? Fuck that. Ugh. Ugh. I just got a bad taste in my mouth. And that's not just the whiskey. Yeah, I don't need GL2D or any of that stuff. So, really, I mean, it's still not good. $400K is still way more than I'm willing to actually handle. Sorry, 330 is still, like, way more than I'm willing to handle. And how do I actually get these builds? Plotly, basic, dist. Why isn't it just tree shakeable? Right? Let me import what I need and be tree shakeable. So yeah, requiring that you consume some extra separate like npm package, like, no, why are you just not tree shakeable? That's a huge problem to me. So yeah, it seems like Plotly.js is living in the past, right? Plotly.js is a tool of 10 years ago. And it just doesn't seem right to me anymore. Just no. I can consume Nevo and get only what I need. Hold on. Let me do this. Yeah, hold on. Let me grab one thing. Oh shit, hold on. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, I made a tweet about Prime earlier, like mentioning his full name, and then someone reached out that I also trust that said they don't like their name being out there as much. But then I looked it up, and like Whiskey Web is using their full name. So yeah, like I don't know, but I'll happily delete it. Like I'm leaving that up to Prime. So I feel bad. I will happily delete a tweet if he doesn't want me to have it out there, kind of thing. Yeah. I don't know. I feel bad. I don't want to dox Prime, but technically he's already doxed. But again, he has the final say. So yeah, let's continue hacking on the thing we're doing. We got a little time left. He doxes his name each time he opens the terminal window? I get it. Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, like totally. That was the tweet I made. If you don't know the tweet I'm talking about, like for sure. I think whenever I see the Primogen's full name, I think of his name was Robert Paulson from Fight Club. Like every single time, you know? And I'll delete the tweet if he actually wants it deleted. But I'm just saying, like, dude, his name was Robert Paulson. His name was Robert Paulson. Like, I think of that every time someone mentions his full name, you know? So yeah, I feel bad. I want to make sure that he's not bummed on it. And I'll happily delete that tweet. Like, easily, no problem. Like, dude, it's such a throwaway tweet. I didn't think I was doing any harm. But someone I do like and trust mentioned that Prime might not enjoy his name being out there like that. So, I don't know. I'll happily delete it. Like, I don't mind at all. I will happily delete that tweet. I didn't think I was overstepping because I saw something else way more prominent than my tweet mentioning him. Yeah, exactly. So, okay. There you go, Sergeant Pepper. Thank you for that context. I was not aware of whether him being okay with it or not is a thing. I just know that I looked it up ahead of it. What is the Primogen's name on Google? And it gave me multiple sources of that info. So at that point, I didn't think what I was doing was a problem. That was it. I actually did put in the effort before I made my tweet. That's rare. Who puts in effort before a tweet? This guy. Exactly, Sergeant Pepper. So I give him the final say. If he wants me to delete the tweet, I will. I'm okay with it. Does he have his own tweet that calls it out? Wait, does he? Okay. All right. Okay. So, like, he's been public enough with it that I don't think it's an issue, and I don't think he'd be bummed. All right. Cool. The person I know that reached out to me about it is most likely... Aw, he's such a dude. Yeah, he's a dude. Prime's a dude, right? In like the best sense of the term, right? I'm a dude, she's a dude, we're all dudes, right? You know, the good burger definition of dude. Right, I just wanted to point out that I tried and looked it up and, you know, wanted to see that I wasn't doxing anything that wasn't already doxed. That's all. Just, you know, I did my due diligence, but, you know, how much due diligence is that actually? Like, so yeah, you know, that's on me. So, Blades. Okay, if WordPress isn't a big thing where you're at and there's no agencies doing that, then maybe it's not worthwhile. I'm really surprised about that, but okay. Do you mind doxing what state you're in? That sounds so crazy to me. Utah. I mean, really? There's not a single job offer for WordPress in Utah? Huh. I'm going to have to, like, I mean, we're going to look together. You're seeing a lot of stuff remote here in the US, but nothing Utah specific. That is so weird to me. Yeah, like, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying now I want to double check. Shit, my bad. So yeah, again, like, you know, you've done your research. You've done your thing. Indeed. Let's go Salt Lake. And, you know, I'm not saying you're in Salt Lake. I'm just saying, like, that's where I would look if I was doing this. Oh, do not use LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the worst place to look for jobs. Like, granted, like, you can use LinkedIn as part of your job search, but LinkedIn is not the end-all be-all. Right, so junior web admin, project manager, SEO, like, yeah, none of those are actually good jobs. So, yeah, don't worry about them. Graphic designer, staff writer, journalist, like, yeah, no, this is like a shitload of shitty jobs. Oh, Indeed does sell your data. I'm not saying you should use Indeed for your job application process either. What I'm getting at is, if you find a job you like on Indeed, you apply to it through their website, not Indeed. I've never actually applied to a job through Indeed, ever, whatsoever. Nope, no thanks. Let's look up WordPress developer. How about that one? Web designer developer. Black Clover Enterprises? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no. The biggest point is you never actually use Indeed to apply for jobs or even sign up for anything. You use the free shit they offer. That's it. Like, yeah, duh. X Jobs Board? I don't know that one. Addicted Human. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, so I don't know. Prime didn't tell me to remove it at all, but I'm going to remove it. Because I like Prime. Again, right? Like, mutual respect goes both ways. Yeah. No, we're having a great stream. We're chatting, we're chilling, we're doing our thing. All right, so yeah, looking at WordPress stuff. This right here, web app developer, Utah Valley University, is probably not the right one. Yeah, I find that tougher. And you're right. Yeah, really, there is not much in Utah. All right, so here's a quick question, chat. Yeah, there's not much of anything in Utah. That's probably a little bit true. Touche. You're not wrong. Touche. So yeah, at this point, I would say WordPress is probably not your move. On a totally different subject, someone reached out to me and asked what I smell like. That's a sexual thing, right? That is definitely a sexual thing. Right? Is there anyone out there that would not translate that as a sexual thing? That is massively sexual. Yeah, that was unchained, for sure. My response was, I smell like whiskey and weed. And they were like, no, 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 I want more. That's you just joking. I want to know what you actually smell like. That is sexual. That is so sexual. That is massively sexual. How long have I been working on this feature flag product? A little longer than I would like. So I would say about a year to get it to the place that it is, you know? The initial work for it was maybe half a year worth of effort. Less than that, probably. Is there a usable version right now? I need to publish up the SDKs tonight, basically. Yes. So I'm sorry, but it's not fully usable yet. You can totally download the SDKs and build them yourself. But I need to release them to their various platforms. I probably need to do that tonight. But it's not good content for stream, so instead I'd like to continue working on something else. So, I mean, you just learned what a CTO is. CTO is, like, really subjective. One second. Yeah, Chief Technology Officer. Hold on. Let me just screen snip something for someone. But yeah, CTO is Chief Technology Officer. All right. Anyway. One second. All right, so yeah, I guess if you're in Utah, WordPress ain't the move. Where I am here in Washington, I got my first job because of WordPress. So yeah, maybe that's not the move anymore. I don't know. My bad. I would say Indeed is questionable already, but yeah, no. My bad. Yeah, if you're in Utah, I guess don't do WordPress. Alright, I dropped my keyboard. Shit. Oh god! Oh my god, I dropped everything. The laptop, the router. Oh god. Oh my god. Dude, this cable nightmare I'm dealing with is not ideal. Alright. Dude, my cable management is the fucking worst. Dude, my cable management is garbage. It's so bad. Like, dude, I dropped a keyboard and my entire, like, router and, like, secondary monitor and some other bullshit. Like, just, like, chaos. Pure chaos. Will I fix it? The answer is probably no. But I'd like to. Yeah, typos be damned. Whatever. So, IRL office cleanup setup stream? Like, no, probably not. I'm so lazy. I'm gonna let it just get so bad that it becomes chaos, and then eventually when I move to another place, I get to, like, recreate it. All right, let's continue what we're doing here. All right? take our time. Let's do our thing. Yeah, we need to make this, like, parse data function actually do exactly what we want. And it's not at the moment. Because instead, we need to make it match what we're seeing over here. And realistically, the data that we care about is data like this. So we only care about a full data set with individual nodes meaning something. So row here is actually meaningless, but we do need the type. So let's do an interface of data node. Something like that. I don't think subgroup is needed whatsoever, but group is necessary. And group is a string. MU. I have no idea what MU actually means. Hold on. An office cleanup stream? No. No one wants that. It's just a bunch of whiskey bottles that I gotta take to the recycling. Right? It's like a really boring stream at that point. Come on. No. So the cable management is not something I would actually do or deal with. All right, so hold on. Wait, what did I just do in parse CSV into data? No, that function stays the same. This parse data function is actually the one that we want to like gut and change. And we need to make it match this payload. So when we think about data node, parse CSV into data, we hide that part. Data node is now the thing that we do here, and we take in that, but we return with this parse data command. I think I actually want to gut everything it's doing. All right, so here we are at 7:30 p.m., and I should probably get some food in my belly. We had some really good, fun conversations tonight. This was the best. This is just awesome. I really like it. But we do need to actually parse the rows into the data type that we care about, and I'm thinking that's a problem for Thursday. That said, a problem for today is to publish out the SDKs that we care about. And that's something we do maybe after stream, because I gotta like juggle SDKs, like API keys and other stuff. I will be over on gaming stream, but we're gonna be watching like a show or two. Yeah, I'll be over there. Absolutely. I'll cook some food. Maybe it's like a really lazy food stream. I don't even know what I'm eating tonight. I need to eat something. But yeah, over on gaming stream, we're going to hang out. We're going to chill. And I need to publish up SDKs to their various platforms. And I can do that. We can't automate it yet, but I'd love to make it like automated via GitHub Actions, etc. And like all of this is juggling like keys to those platforms that I can't leak here. It would make a really boring stream to juggle that in front of y'all. So instead, I think tonight I publish shit up. Tomorrow I do a gaming stream entirely for the day because I gotta get stuff done like 2 days a week. Which means I record some stuff, I try and publish some video stuff, because that's my job. And then I'll see y'all here on this stream, right? This stream on Thursday. If you want to hang out tomorrow during gaming stream while we just watch TV shows or movies or whatever, while I actually get work done, that's over on gaming stream. And it's really chill over there. It's like fun. It's where I'll be later tonight. Oh, I beat you to it there, Trevenge, Mr. Sir. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I think the main goal is tonight I publish those SDKs using keys and stuff that I can't show on stream, so I'm sorry for that part. I really like every project I work on here on this stream being only worked on this stream. The only thing I'm going to be separating from that is like the publishing part of it, using all the API keys and BS that I have to do for that. So I'm sorry for that, but like it's such a boring bit of content to have me like clicking over to the hacking stream or hacking scene to where I can't show you that shit. So yeah, that's my bad. But also just something I can't share. So at this point, yes, tomorrow I work on stuff for work. And then Thursday, I'm back here doing my thing, hacking out this blog post after we do like the super stream for feature flagging. I have a job. Yeah, exactly. Does it seem like I have a job? Probably not, but I have a job. I have a job, and I need to work on making content for them and promoting and doing the thing we're doing. The thing I've been doing most of this week is getting our ambassadors for GetKraken into the testing process for our initial release. We're going to be doing a release of a whole bunch of features, etc. And that'll be happening next week, I think. So yeah, GetKraken, GetLens, and all of our other products have a major release coming up. And man, I can't say anything else except for the fact that I am really excited for the features we're releasing. I am. Yeah. I am their, like, YouTube face. Dude, the product marketing team has 3 or 4 people that are majorly involved in making content for GetKraken. I am the newest added member to the product marketing team. My content is focused on being technical about it. I work for the company GetKraken. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, duh. Didn't you know that? No, it's fine. It's okay if you don't know. I work for the company GetKraken. They're great. People I work with are the best. They're super good. We just recently released a long-form video in which I talk about libgit2, nodegit, and get itself. We also did a workshop recently, too. So I did a bunch of shit last week, basically, or stuff that I did previous weeks that finally released last week. This week, I need to actually ramp up on new content. And that is a bit of, like, research and dev time and, you know, things that... Because I'm focusing on getting, like, the ambassadors involved in what we're doing, I am focusing on that instead of, like, new content. But I do need to actually start making new content. So tomorrow, on Gaming Stream, my goal is to actually start researching and building out new content. I might have some meetings and other things that I do while I'm live on Gaming Stream that I just can't show y'all. But we can watch some movies while I'm doing it. My content is the hardest to make. I mean, I'm not gonna try and like gatekeep any of that. Like, all of my coworkers work really fucking hard. They're great. Like, dude, every single coworker I have in my department, they fucking kill it. Like, they're so good at what they do. Like, please don't judge them for the fact that maybe the stuff I made gets more like views, etc. Yeah, I have a platform in which I can promote that stuff. Duh. Right? Like, come on. It really does help. Yeah. No judgment. The coworkers I have fucking kill it. They're the best. Like, they're really good at what they do. I'm just coming into the game having an already established, like, you know, community, etc. No. We're not trying to judge anybody. I just think I am bringing value to what I do. Right? And I think Four Wheel, if you just phrase it that way, we're nailing it, right? They kill it. I just bring extra value. Right? Phrasing is still a thing. Are we still doing phrasing? Yes, phrasing is still a thing. So instead, they fucking kill it, and I bring something extra to the table. I think if we recognize it in that way, we're good to go. So yeah, let's go figure out someone to raid, because I have to go pee. I gotta go use the restroom. For sure. Like, 1000%. Oh man, I gotta go pee so bad at this point. Who do we go raid? Yeah, who's even going right now? Middle Ditch is doing Manor Lords. I mean, Manor Lords looks really good. Like, holy shit. Manor Lords looks fucking amazing. Dude, here's the thing. I've never had a chance to raid Last Miles. I think we go raid Last Miles, right? Oh, hold up. You know what? John is Larry is going. No, I'm sorry. Last Miles is great. He's in not the right category. We're going to go raid John is Larry. That dude's so good. Dude, he's such a dude. Like, he is at another level compared to me. I don't want to phrase it any other way. And don't you dare judge him for that or, like, you know, expect anything other. Like, no, he's just a good dude who streams. Right? Like, yeah, let's go raid John is Larry. And he is super supportive of my tweets, etc. Like, he's just a dude. Like, I really like John is Larry. So yeah, we're gonna go hang out. We're gonna go chat. He's got 3 people right now, so we're gonna blow him the fuck up. But please, 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 give him a lurk. If you don't realize how technical this dude is, I'd say he's more technical than me. Like, he does some stuff that I don't understand even. Like, he is very, very, very technical. So, hanging out with him and understanding what he's doing, you will learn probably more than anything you've learned here. And I know, because I talk a bunch of shit, like, you probably didn't learn anything while you were here. But, you know, you might eventually. You might eventually, right? Learning on this stream is a long-form game. Anyway, let me go say goodbye to YouTube. Cheers. Thank you all for hanging out. Have a good night. Let me go say goodbye.